Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I am pretty happy about where things are at today. I've been quite busy, just doing some shopping and bits and pieces. My wife finished her studies for her degree a couple of weeks ago. So this week, basically, we're trying to just do more. It was also her birthday in the last week or so. So there's sort of a bit of a... we're currently sort of in the middle of taking a bit of a holiday here and there, which means, you know, I'm doing a little bit less in the mornings than I otherwise would on Insignia and stuff. So you haven't missed much if you only saw up to the end of last stream. I did upload a TikTok or a short yesterday. So maybe, well, if you watched the stream yesterday, you would have covered that content. But for those of you who didn't, you can catch my stuff on TikTok to catch up with what I'm doing. I've also got another one queued up for tonight. We'll see how that one goes. Okay. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Those of you on Twitch and YouTube, welcome, welcome. A big thank you to Twanlin for the most recent follow and PhD Cat. Is that what that says? PMD? PMD Cat for the most recent subscription. Another pal party. Big thanks to Miss Foxtrot for the most recent sub, though. I don't know why that doesn't show up, but it says 6 minutes ago. Foxtrot subbed. Thank you, Foxtrot. Okay. So, shall we get into things? 1 second. One second. Cool. So, wait a second, that's wrong. All right. So, felt like Friday. It's not Friday even for me, so it shouldn't feel like Friday for you. Because I don't think we're both in the same country. All right, so today, gosh, it's a bit warm in here all of a sudden. Whenever I turn my like lights on, because I kind of have like some studio lighting stuff for the stream and my laptop and everything. Sydney weather's cooling down. Yeah, it's not too bad. I was out and about today. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just this room gets like no ventilation. Because I have to close the windows to stop all the noise pollution from next door. And then it's just warm because I've got a lot of devices in here that are on. All right, let's slowly ease our way into work for today. So it's probably a good idea to do a quick recap just on where we are and what we're trying to do. Let me do that in 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it. So, sorry about all the distractions, pals. So let's just do like a bird's eye view. I like to do these once a month or so, just to like really make sure that I'm doing the things that make sense for me. And if you're watching and anything comes up that doesn't make sense that I'm saying, feel free to ask the question. Stand up. That's right. This is a stand up for our monthly sprint. All right. What is Insignia? So Insignia is a game that I'm making. It's a side-scrolling action adventure game. It has a hero's journey tale told with beautiful pixel art graphics. This gameplay focuses on action combat and platforming married together, and some interesting combat mechanics and progression mechanics that explore those implications over the gameplay. I know what I want the game to feel like. I know what I want it to play like. So that's what we're making. Where we are right now is in the 7th year of development, and at least full-time development. The game is in a state where all of its major systems are more or less complete in terms of the kinds of things that enemies can do, that the player can do, the way you unlock abilities, the way the quests work, the way you can talk to NPCs, the player controls, the save system, all that stuff's in the game. Inventory, that's all done. But content-wise, it's still kind of in, the early to mid stages of content. That is to say, not a lot of the content is polished, and the content that's there represents about 30 to 40% of the gameplay. At the same time, in the last 2 years, I've been putting more effort into the long-term gameplay mechanics. Hey, Odd Oculus, thank you so much for the raid. I wish you were here like a minute earlier because I just started doing a big bird's eye view on my whole game. But how was your stream? Welcome. Thank you for the raid, nonetheless. Maybe we'll rewind a little bit and rephrase that stuff so that our raiders can hear it. So let's do that. Hi, my name's Adam, and I'm working on this game called Insignia. Insignia is a side-scrolling action-adventure game with Zelda elements, some Metroidvania elements. It's definitely inspired by Nintendo classics from the 90s, as well as games on like the Game Boy Advance and more modern pixel art action-adventure games. So this is what the game looks like. What is the game? The game is it's an action adventure. It has a hero's journey story. Its mechanics are built around this kind of intersection of combat and platforming. And as you play the game, you unlock abilities that kind of explore the implications of those two. It's got a really interesting ability stealing mechanic where enemies in the environment have charges of ability uses inside of them, and you need to parry them in order to get access to those abilities. The game has been in development since about 2017, and I've put maybe like 60% of my time, maybe 70% full-time on the game since then. At the moment, the game is like system complete-ish and about 30 to 40% content complete. However, I'm at a place in the development where I really want to move forward faster, so I'm looking to build a team around the game sooner than later. To do that, I want to develop a budget, and to get that, I'll need to get some sort of funding. So my focus in the last, let's say, 4 months has been around, maybe since September last year, has been around building a more marketing-focused, consumer-facing face for the game for funding, whether that's Kickstarter, government grant, or a publisher. So establishing like a clear look and feel for all of these systems is it's been like the most important thing for me. So priority 1 is like get funding, priority 2 is build a team, priority 3 is release game. There's a lot of stuff that I'm still balancing to do around that stuff, like the identity of the game in certain aspects. Oh, hey, Tulin. Thank you so much. Sorry, Tuanlin. But yeah, so the new demo should be... Well, I'm jumping ahead of myself. So I've put time into thinking about what publishers expect, or what I think a publisher might expect from me as the developer, what the pitch looks like, and what kinds of things that I want to be set in stone for the game before I get funding. That's been really important for me. So essentially what I'm pitching, because the game, one of its like core value propositions is about the art style and the polish, the presentation. Those are things that I want to be really high quality at the pitch point. So it's not just about having the game be, you know, interesting as a proposal. I want it to look good and be polished when I present. That's also because, you know, it's also valuable because I'm a solo dev. So the questions around why the game is taking so long or anything like that, I feel like the quality should be obvious there, and that helps justify the way that I've been building the game and how that's worked. Obviously, I've also got a social media presence, and people, you know, people watching the game has shaped the way the game has needed to look. So, where we are right now is I've put some time in the last couple of months into polishing up some of my company stuff. I've re-released my mobile game called Arrowbound, and you know, retouched up my website, and I've basically done a flyover of the whole game and looked at the parts of the game that were the most lacking. So of all of these screenshots, which there are quite a lot, you know, where is the game kind of the weakest? And when I built this, the thing that stood out the clearest was seeing the conversion of those gameplay moments into screenshotable experiences, or screenshotable moments. So basically, you know, whether it's enemy design, environment design, having those things really reflect the depth of the game at a screenshot level. So if I was to put a Steam page together, you know, how do I communicate what makes the game special just through a screenshot? This is called Figma, this application. So along with all of this thinking, I've been putting time into, obviously, my kind of pitch demo. I do have a demo from 2020, which represents the first fifth of the game. But in the last 3 years, you know, now it's the 4th year since I put that out, the game has changed enough for it to be a bit out of date. So this focus that I'm in now since January until April is basically fixed on this idea of how can I distill the game's values into something that lasts maybe 15, 20 minutes, right? Not just something that covers the first hour of story, but something that actually is a true vertical slice that stands up, you know, on its own, you know, merits, and that people can play and go, oh wow, like this is I totally get what this game is doing, and I'm excited about it. That's a little bit of a challenge, and I haven't totally cracked it yet. Like I don't think I've solved this mix of like what should be in this demo, but loosely we've decided on making it kind of like a reimagining of the first chapter with just tighter moments. So what that looks like is basically the first half of the demo, which is the first half of the first chapter, is just abbreviated. So the same environments, same story, you just skip over the town. And then my big focus has been on the dungeon environments. So, or the explorable kind of more puzzle dense aspects of the environments. Oh, there'll be secrets. Mm-hmm. So what I'm really focused on is what I call the onboarding process. In app design, onboarding is the point from when you download an app until you are using the app as a proper user. So usually it's account creation, that kind of stuff. In this case, it's the tutorials section. It's the, how do I get you going from someone who's like curious about the game to someone who's invested in the game in that first little slice. And that mostly is about showing the game's, it's really about what makes it unique. That's the stuff that I want to sell. That's what I want to express in this dungeony section. In my game, what makes it interesting and unique is the way that you acquire and use abilities. So the framework that I'm currently using is sort of a Metroidvania-ish framework in terms of like giving you an environment that appears open but has gated aspects where you need abilities to unlock those gates, right? But in my game, a lot of this is environmental stuff it's not explicitly gated. It's not like there is a fence and the only way you pass through the fence is to turn into mist form to pass through solid objects. It's not like that. It's more like there is a ladder or a section of wall that can be climbed, and you'll need the wall climb ability to get up it. So it's more traversal related than purely doors and keys. Now, my game allows for, like, just getting into it a little bit here. I have like ability slots. So I have like 4 slots. You can see in the top left here, and they relate to the face buttons. In the game, the way that so in the game, all of the elements in the game are bound to one of the 4 buttons. They're like 4 elements, that's 4 face buttons, and the enemies in the levels are affiliated with one element, right? So the elements are color-coded. Each ability has a color, but some abilities have the same color, so they can't occupy the same slot at the same time. And the sort of challenge and unique, novel aspects of the game revolve around fighting enemies, capturing abilities from those enemies, using those abilities either against other enemies or in the environment in order to platform to spaces that you couldn't otherwise reach. So it's, you know, defensive mechanics that allow you to express yourself more in the space. The question that I'd like to answer is for that to bear out, for it to be obvious that that's special and interesting, because I've never really experienced that in a game before. Do I need to have the player learn multiple abilities, like 3 or 4, so that they can mix and match and understand the dynamics of the sort of choices that they have to make in combat to weave their way through that problem space? Or is like 1 or 2 enough? That's the question. Because if it's just 1, you don't really get a sense that like you need to compromise or do any kind of creative problem solving. If it's just you have 1 ability, you use the ability when you see the place where the ability goes, it doesn't really work. It's kind of just, is this just not just any other Metroidvania? So for me, it's the compromises and the choices that should be interesting. In a Metroidvania, you know, you gain abilities, but you gain them permanently. In Insignia, you only gain access to them for the room that you're in, at least so far. That's the current thinking. So there are gameplay reasons why that's the case, and I kind of want to distance myself from the idea that Insignia is a Metroidvania, because it's kind of not. It's more linear than that. It's more story driven. The abilities represent the gameplay expression, but the game isn't really explicitly gated, you know, by just ability progression. It's not an open world that you're in the center of, prodding at the edges. So I'm in an interesting challenge where I need to sort of communicate that the game is special, that it has interesting gameplay mechanics, that it's beautiful, that the story drives it, while also, you know, it's the right balance of familiar versus different that I need to communicate. That accessible versus deep. You know, it's low barrier for entry, high skill ceiling. All of that stuff is kind of what's going to make this work. And I think that, you know, I'm in a position where I can execute on this stuff. I can deliver, but it's a lot of content, and it's very time consuming to produce this kind of content. No, the abilities are expressed for platforming purposes and combat purposes, but combat is also kind of wraps into platforming. So it's sort of both. It's not, I try not to make it explicitly one or the other, you know? Some enemies require you to use certain abilities on them in order to defeat them. And sometimes those abilities come from other enemies in the room. So it even informs which order you have to defeat the enemies in. It's basically that I can make puzzles about anything. If I want. But like that aspect, that like platform fighting thing where you're stealing abilities and, you know, expressing those abilities against enemies, but also in the environment to get to new areas, all of those interesting applications are, I can only show them off if you see them. Do you know what I mean? If you only see one thing, like for example, let me sort of take you through this a little bit. Because I think now, right now, I feel like you guys are on the same page as me in terms of like what it is that, like my job, like what I have to show here. So let me show you something. Okay, so like you go into a zone, you can fight this little enemy, right? You go to a new area. In this area, you can cling onto the walls. That's just like a thing you can do. And then as we go over here, we come across this plant thing, which we can stab down at and get this green ability. The green ability is kind of like a wall climb with a little backflip on the end. You can cancel off the wall early and do a backflip, or you can ride it all the way up. Okay. If this was a Metroidvania, that would be all this was. It's just like, oh, you can do the wall right now. Once you've unlocked it somewhere else in the game, you come over here and you can do this, and now you have access to this pathway. If that's all that I showed in this demo, I wouldn't expect anyone to find it interesting. It's more like, okay, what can I do with it now? So I have other examples with other abilities where the source is clearer, right? It's a bit more, what's the word? Distilled. So let me drop down here. So this enemy gives you like a double jump with like a sword thrust. If I come over here, this wolf guy, he has the same ability, but in order to acquire it from him, you have to parry him. So the abilities that the enemies have special directions, and in order to acquire the abilities off them, you have to parry them against that direction. So in this case, I just gained the slide and the jump from him mid-combat. But because he's still alive, the ability goes back to him. So now I have to sort of do this dance where I'm stealing the abilities and then using them if I want to get like maximum combos. If I jump above, I can parry him. Now I can, extend this again with a different ability. But those are platforming abilities, right? So like, there are areas here, like if I drop down, the only way to get back up is to use that ability that I stole off of him. Of course, there's a snake here in case I never stole it off him, but it becomes a question of, mixing and matching the combat in with the platforming and sort of doing one to get access to the other. Hey, Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Tarix, and Chuckington, thank you so much for the 10 bits. So, like another example is like here, this guy has this like flame charge. So I can parry him, can steal both of his abilities while he's still alive, and then I can run over here and I can try to solve this puzzle using the ability I stole from him. So I can't do those anymore. I can't even try to do that anymore because I've lost access to those abilities. Unless I finish the fight, I can kill him to get access to all of them. And then I can try those platforming environments and puzzles like multiple times. So to me, that's like where the juice is. Would that lock you out of solving the puzzle? You're never locked out. So as long as you defeat the enemies, you have as many times as you want to try to solve the puzzle. But you have to defeat them to get infinite attempts. Otherwise, you have to parry them and then attempt the puzzle, and then if you fail, parry them again if you don't kill them. So the abilities do reset in each room. That's right. Yeah. So in this case, some enemies enable you to do the ability without, like in this case, jumping on this ability on this enemy's head performs the ability, but obviously it's tied to the enemy's position. So I killed one snake, which means now I can use the ability from the snake that I killed after jumping on the head of the other one. So that's how you get up here. So it's kind of like combining a more pacifistic thing with a more like aggressive thing in order to kind of like overcome the different challenges in the level. Yeah. So this stuff to me that's the stuff I just showed you is like the cool stuff, right? But I can't, in a demo, there's a bunch of rules I have to kind of communicate to you to understand the implications of that stuff. It's not, I think it makes perfect sense once you're kind of in it, but the challenge is that getting you into it requires you like having a couple of abilities, understanding that the abilities come from enemies, understanding that the abilities have directions and are color coded. It's not, you know, what genre do I place this in? I call it action adventure with Metroidvania elements. That's how I would say it now. But I used to call it a Zelda-like, and previously it was a Souls-like. But when it was a Souls-like, it didn't have the ability stealing stuff. It was just dodge, roll, parry, you know, that kind of thing. So, this is what I'm currently looking at for the demo explorable content. In this, I've got 3 different abilities, the light green, red, and deep green, that in this little zone, you collect all 3 across multiple rooms. And then in each of the rooms, so there's a kind of a 2-stage process with abilities. One is you have to forge the ability into the sword in order to have the right to steal it from enemies. So defeating enemies before you've unlocked the ability doesn't give you the ability. It just disappears into the ether. So in order to like capture it, you have to sort of like get the license for it almost at these special forges around the environment. So these solid diamonds represent those places where you unlock the ability, and the empty diamonds represent the places where you will need to use the ability in order to proceed. So in this setup, you can start here, you pass through, you go down, you go across, you go up, and now you have all 3 abilities. But along the way, there are parts where you can't cross because you don't have the ability yet. So here, this is the wall run. You can't use the wall run until you've unlocked it, but you don't unlock it until over here. So there's a little bit of incentive to backtrack. Same thing here, like you need to cross this gap, you need this ability, but you get that ability here. So this is a very simple kind of like, you know, it's just a tutorial. So my hope is that I can sort of give you this in like maybe 10 minutes. Yeah, it's like a bomb bag. Exactly. It's the same sort of thing. Like you can't really use bombs without the bomb bag, but a bomb bag is not bombs. It's just like the capacity to use them. Similar sort of thing. Yeah, we're getting the abilities. I'm encouraging you to explore around, but I guess my concern with this is that it might be too deep, too much, and it might be too. It might be doing the thing 3 times might be too repetitive. Do I teach programming in my YouTube channel? Not really, but I was thinking about starting a series where I teach programming on my YouTube channel. I was thinking about it, but I don't have... yeah. Don't have any concrete plans. Ashkin says, you may have spent too much time close to the mechanical heart and you're overloaded with thought. Well, that's just how I operate. That's just the way that I live. Too repetitive. So let me explain something to you. So this is, I'm going to segue this back into the perfect point where we're at with the gameplay in the demo as of yesterday. Okay. So in the game, in fact, let me back it up. In November, I created the first of the unlock sequences for the game. Okay. So this is halfway through a quest, and we found ourselves at this. Oh, Buckington, thank you so much for the 10 bits. How about unlocking all abilities at the same time in the tutorial? Maybe. Possible. But I don't know. We'll see. So, first of all, this is where you would normally unlock. And this is, I guess, part of this conversation is the fact that there's the full game and me thinking about how spread out these things need to be in the full game versus the demo and how close they need to be together. So in the full game, you find these crucibles, they're called, these forges, scattered around the world. And every time you find one, there's a little sort of quest track that you have to go through. And then you're sort of like lighting up these pedestals in the little dungeon. It's almost like the shrines in Zelda, in Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. Right, so you're doing this. We're jumping in at the end of a quest here. So it's not... it's... What's the word? You're not getting the full picture of it. But... One sec. I'm just going to trigger this so that it runs. Cool. So once you've unlocked the thing, there's like a little cutscene where you kind of like, at least the first time, there's like a bit of a story piece, and then there's like a mini game where you have to take the symbol for the ability and engrave it into the sword. And then once you've got it, you unlock the ability, you get a description. And then there's a little sequence here where like it spawns an enemy in. teaches you how to use the ability. And then you use it for the first time, and then you can get out. So that little sequence of you run up to a forge, either you do something or you don't do something, but one way or another, the ability gets transported into you. You learn how the ability works, and then you use the ability to get out of the room. Then I need to explain to you that you lose the abilities, you know, after you leave the room, that the enemies contain them, blah, blah, blah. All of that, doing that 3 times in a demo might be a little... meh. Well, this is the thing. And it's where it gets a little bit... I have this idea of like competing concerns. So the demo itself has 2 jobs, right? It's communicate that the game is fun and interesting and novel. That's what all this stuff is. But there's also a story there that I want to sort of express to the player that the story is worth their time. So my goal is to sort of set up the plot at the beginning of the demo and then get you into here and get you into the gameplay and maybe weave some plot through it. If I start you off with multiple abilities, I don't know how I would express that in the gameplay or in the story. It's the fear that I have is that if I create a special story scenario for the demo where you already have stuff, or I drop you in halfway through chapter 2 or something, then I'm creating 2 different experiences. Like there's like the real game and then there's like the demo. And I'm a bit concerned that it almost feels like why shouldn't they be the same thing? Like why shouldn't the game teach the player how to play the game within the first 20 minutes of playing it anyway? Maybe that's a misnomer, or not a misnomer, but maybe that's a misgiving. Misgiving? Like, I might be trying to do too much, but it does feel like the game should probably sell itself, you know, within the first hour at least. So, you know, whether it's 20 minutes, half an hour, I think half an hour is totally, you know, feasible. I think it's totally fine to give half an hour. But I'd like for the game to sort of start to tease you in the first 10-15 minutes. So yeah, of course, it's a hero's journey. Yeah, you start with nothing and you build them up as you go. Like I was thinking of having it be that the story, the actual full game has like a bit of a prologue section where it's kind of like a bit more exposition. And then there's like the start of the game is like when you're actually, so like the prologue would be you're running around, you're talking to NPCs. It's kind of like the end of the day before the game starts. Like it's like a sunset sort of afternoon setting. You're talking to characters. You've just finished doing something for somebody else. You come home. There's like maybe 5 or 10 minutes where I just get you sort of like snugly in. I'm just tucking you in and we're just getting settled and I'm giving you snackies and you're getting ready to start. And then when you wake up the next day, it kicks in and the game gets, you know, the gameplay becomes the focus. I was thinking for the demo, I just cut out the first part so that all like the emotional connection you have with the characters is kind of like, you don't need all of that for the demo as much. And then the next day you get, you know, let's go straight in. You leave the town, you're into the explorable area. If I start the demo there, I might be able to make it a little more expedient. It's just a question of whether 3 abilities is too much. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I just put two of these forges like very close to each other or something like that. Or it could just be that I need to make the unlock process more prompt. I just need to make the process feel more seamless, you know? That's where a lot of this, like the execution might be the difference maker. I did, Chaz. Yeah. The issue was a race condition between the two dialogue targets. So I have one dialogue system that prints text to something called a dialogue target, which is the text box. I had two different dialogue targets. One was closing, one was opening at the same time. And the dialogue system was waiting for an event callback to say that its target was finished. But its target changed before the original one finished, which meant that it never got the event, which meant it was waiting in perpetually for something to come that wasn't going to come because it got replaced by something else. The reference changed because the new target took over. That's what happened. Everything happens so slowly. What do you mean everything happens so slowly? Are we talking about pacing or are we talking about gameplay? You talking about like the rate at which you learn things or like the speed of a sword swing? Hey, Lazy Enigma. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, it's kind of you. Thank you. Thanks for watching. What kind of critique am I looking for? I'm mostly just using this time to wayfind a little bit. Sometimes I just need a rubber duck, so that's what I've been doing. I might actually go to the toilet in a second, and then I'll come back and we'll just start working. I'm not changing my trajectory on what I'm doing today. It's really just start creating the flow of this gameplay, and then as soon as possible. So we have what's called a feature test. I'll take the rubber duck to the toilet, yeah. We have a feature test. I want to bring that back in. So what I might do today is start putting some of this content in the feature test for you. Maybe not today. It might be the end of the week or something like that. By the end of the week. So that when I'm on stream, you can actually be playing this stuff and giving me the feedback as I'm doing it. But for now, I just need to set up the core scaffold. It's just, I got to do my best guess and we'll see what happens. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Whew. So, turn that off. Why is it important to you to require from the player an act of unlocking all 3 abilities? In opposite to full release, demo version should hook the players instantly and should avoid any unnecessary build-up. This is why I think the requirement of unlocking everything in a proper way is not a good idea. Well, let me explain, Metrico. I'm not sure that if you unlock the abilities instantly, that you will have the necessary information to use them properly. As in, I think it will be more confusing if I give them to you all at once, and I'll have a different task of dispelling the confusion, right? If I teach you one thing at a time, you only have to learn one thing at a time. If I give you 3 things at once, now you have 3 things that you have to worry about understanding. So it's not about me being a stick in the mud about doing things properly. It's more just like, well, I just trade slow pacing for high cognitive load. You know what I mean? It's just like a different problem to solve, I think. Because you're not even going to understand, like, it's not just that it's not just that you have these abilities and it's just like a button input and it's like, okay, now that I've got this ability, this button input lets me do this. Great, move on. It's more just like, it's the system that I need to sell to you as the player. It's the idea of how abilities get unlocked, how they apply, what the constraints are. That stuff is what's interesting, not the abilities themselves. In fact, the abilities themselves are on their own, just like a wall run, a forward dash. Like, they seem just like regular things you could do in a game, you know? So, focus mode from Swizz. Let's do it. All right. I'm going to do my very best to make this time productive. Let's jump into it. So, okay. This sequence here. Let's just be real for a second about like what this feels like. Okay, let's make this work. First, we've got to make a game that functions. So, we're going to go to the ability unlock system. We're going to go to the unlock modal and the title text. And we're going to particularly be looking at this setup sequence. So, set character name. Now, character here is a bit of a trick. It's not a character. It's actually the fact, it's actually just, because this is a dialogue box, character is for when characters are talking, but it's the same amount of stuff. It's a title and a body, so I just use it that way. Yeah, so it doesn't call that function set character name. Now, is this okay, that's Copilot's working. I should be able to see the references for this. No references found for set character name. That is very strange. Dialogue engine. Set character name. What about this? That's calling the function. Is like OmniSharp not working? Oh, it's loading the project still. Did I only just open up VS Code? Maybe I did only just open it up. Okay, well, I'll give that a second. Oh, I can search faster. So it's just these two places where this happens. Oh, more places. So my question is, why doesn't this actually happen? Here it says that it's happening if the dialogue is ready and it's waiting for the sequence, or it's waiting for sequence, or it's stopped. This is for play. This is basically when you run some dialogue. I believe this happens anytime. So like target.setText. I mean, this here is there. I'm not sure why this can't go here. That feels like you would want to set the text and the character's name in the same moment. So we're just going to do that now. Hey, Otto Sensei, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back. There we go, it worked. I did it. Cool. Okay. So I think that this screen sorely needs attention. Right now, it's in a very, very simple, straightforward state. I think that this ability system stuff, like I did put a lot of time into this, and I explored a lot of different options. One of the things that I'm concerned about is, so like, it's context switching is what I'm really concerned about. So in Final Fantasy VII Remake, one of the things that bothers me the most about upgrading weapons in that game is that in order to upgrade weapons, so there's like a materia system in the game where you upgrade energy, like you upgrade the magic spells, which level up over time. So when you upgrade those, it happens in the main menu of the game. So you pause the game, you go to the materia, you upgrade it, it's done. It's in the same blue sort of stock UI looking thing as the rest of the menu. Once you go to upgrade a weapon, there's this screen transition that takes you into this like celestial menu where there's like 3D sort of orbits, like solar systems of abilities for the weapon, and when you like move through the system, like there are like these like screen transitions. It feels very heavy from a menu perspective, from like a UX perspective. It's like, oh, we've gone away from the main menu. Like there's like the game where I'm playing the characters, and then I paused the game to go to the main menu, and then I went into this extra third place, which feels like further away from the game, and it creates this tension. I don't know if you guys notice this when you play games, but like when this happens, it creates a tension that is, I would say, we would call it cognitive load in UX design, but it basically makes you feel more anxious because it's like you have to mentally remember the stack of all the places that you were and where you're going, and it makes dipping into this space less accessible, right? It's like, oh, I have to go here, and I have to go, and then I have to go over there, and in order to get back to the game, I have to leave here and go back to there. So it's so subtle, but in the scope of like a game that you're playing, that you're an action game, you don't have that much attention. You're trying to like you're trying to get into the game and play it, you know what I mean? So every time that something like this appears in the game, it creates like a tension. It creates like a little point of frustration that loses you just a little bit. And in a demo, especially, doing this wrong could be really bad. At the same time, I think that having like a visual explanation of what the abilities do when you get them with a tooltip like this, seeing this card, to me, seems like it would be really useful. So, yeah. I just think like seeing everything that is on this card is way more interesting and useful and engaging than seeing like this. I'm not even sure I would make it optional. I might force you to do it. Yeah. Just because I feel like this early in the game especially, you don't know what you're getting. You don't know the value of it. Hey, Buckington. Another 10 bits. Thank you so much. See you later. Yeah, like this would be a GIF of the character doing the thing. It's reassuring. It's like, oh, I get it. It's like someone giving you a box that's like an envelope that's unmarked versus like a gift card. It's like the gift card might be in the envelope, but if they give you the gift card, you go, oh, wow, gift card. Thank you so much. If they give you an envelope, you're like, oh, wow, what's in the envelope? And maybe if they don't tell you it's a gift, if it's just like, here's an envelope, you might not even open it. That's a bit of a random example. That doesn't happen in real life, but you know what I mean. If it's on your birthday, they give you an envelope, of course you think there's a present in it, and you expect a gift card or something like that, but, you know. I guess you could say, if you just unlocked an ability, it's your birthday, you expect the ability to be useful, but still. I'm like straw manning and then like steel manning my own conversation here. I think that if I can seamlessly get you here and get you out of here really quickly, I feel like that would be worth doing. Maybe I'll build this. Yeah, because if you don't, I think if the game knows exactly what you're looking to see next and gives it to you without you having to do it, that just feels seamless. It just feels like you don't have to like think about where you have to go. You don't have to think about what you should be doing. It's just happening and you're sort of rolling with it. Because like this is an information dump, you know? So let me, maybe we'll just implement this quickly. It kind of already is implemented. It's already how the thing works. It just doesn't look like this yet. Yeah, unfortunately, like with Celeste, a lot of this, as far as its comparisons to what I'm doing, a lot of Celeste is you already have the abilities. They just give you a nice sandbox to explore them in, or the abilities are they only do one thing. Like that, the abilities are items that when you touch them, something happens. It's not like you don't have to remember keybinds, or there are very few rules that you have to remember. It's not really like a cohesive system, whereas this is closer to like an RPG or like a fighting game system. So, how would I best set this up? I guess I could create a little video clip. There are multiple enemies tied to one element, but you only have one slot in your in the menu in your equip load for one element at one of each of the elements at once. So you have 4 slots. There are 4 elements, but there are 16 abilities. So I think what I want to do is maybe save like a PNG sequence. That might be what we want. I have done this before, and I did use a GIF recorder. I think Unity has... I might have a recorder in here. Hot reload. I don't think so. Is it in the package manager? Recorder. Oh, I've got it, but let's update it. It's kind of less. I don't really want a GIF. I want like a... I think I want a PNG sequence. Maybe not. I don't know. Does Unity have an inbuilt video player? All right, let's do a quick commit before we do that. So ads. Have I thought about Patreon? I have a Patreon. I've thought about it enough to make one. And I've run it for about 3 years. More even. Adds dialogue to the... But you don't get anything special for being a patron. It's more just to support the content that I create. A PNG sequence would just let me play through the PNGs. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be a formatted video. It would just be a sprite renderer that I just flick through at, 30 frames per second or something. Rather than having it be a formatted file. Adds dialogue, character, name, fixes. Okay. Cool. So where is the recorder? There. Image sequence, that's what I want. Oh, that could be cool. A targeted camera. I could have just like a camera that captures the specific stuff that I want. Let's call it recording camera. How big do I want this to be? 233 by 178. We could do better than that. go 240 by 180. The true resolution for the game, as in the internal game resolution, is 640 by 360. I should call that the art resolution. But the game resolution is just whatever your screen is, like 1080p, 4K. It's just 16 by 9 at whatever pixel scale fits in the monitor. So there is a video player. We could do that, but that would be, that would create compression. Okay, this is a orthographic camera at 1.8. It might need to be even smaller than that. And I want it to be, I think I want it to be rectangular or more like 4x3, but that's going to be based on what's the game resolution at the time. So if I make it like 640 by 360, maybe I'll just crop it a little bit. Hey, DJ Does Dev, welcome so much. Welcome and thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? Interesting. So how do I render this? I guess I could say 0.9, and then that way I could basically make it show everything I want. So rendering stack, where is the clipping planes? Everything's in the culling mask. Okay, that works. Cool. So the recording camera sees this, which looks okay. Looks like enough visual information. So now I'll put this on, I guess I'll just place it somewhere in the level. Maybe over here. And let's make this level traversable the way we want it to be. Silent movie redeem. What is that? Hey, Nameless Coder. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. I just realized this is... Oh, no, this is right. This is right. Cool. So, clearing 2. Nope. This one. This needs to be like that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Maybe we put the recording camera on the main character at 000. And that way, now we can sort of go do what we need to do. So now I should be able to go back to the recording window. And fire away. Okay. Let's see what happened. That's not how that works. It looks like recordings are not part of the assets folder. Go check that. One sec, pals. They are not, and probably for good reason. Oh, great. Guys, look at how good this worked. Look at all the beautiful pictures we captured. Wow, very good. It's nothing. What a beautiful system. That's all good, Joe does. DJ does. I don't know why I call you Joe. That's all good, DJ. Oh, wow. Oh, I see. A redeem. Now I know what you mean by a redeem. Well, that's cool. That's actually really sweet. I love it. Like on-stream redemption. So cool. This is all in OBS. Low frame rate, monochrome with a vignette. Nice. Cool stuff. Thanks for sharing. So, why did the camera cross the road? Why did the camera not have anything that it was seeing? It said it could see. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Well, an image sequence would be fine if it recorded the images. You know? I guess I just match the window size. Try that. Like, I want the image sequence. I just want it to look like something. Playback constant, target FPS 30, recording mode manual. I mean, that looks fine to me. Unless there's a setting that's a preset. Yeah, I mean, let's give it a whirl. Wait, we get nothing. This is recording resolution? Oh, okay. Wait a second. Now I'm really confused. This camera is the main camera. This camera is tagged as recording camera. Does main camera need to be lower in order to take on main camera status? Nope. How does that not know? How do? It was working before. The camera thinks it can see stuff. Look, it's there, but it's not here. Oh, the camera is nowhere near the player. The camera is in no man's land. Boop, boop. Okay. Now the camera should see what's happening. Oh, I know why. I think I got it. The camera can see too much. It's seen too much, pals. It shouldn't be able to see. It shouldn't be able to see the anything like what is this called? Rendering, culling mask. Probably not anything final render quads or just final render quads. If we look over here, see this big black nothing? Wait, why is that? Why is that like that? Questions upon questions. I'm very curious now. If this is main camera, shouldn't that make it the main camera? There is a good question here about why this even looks like that in the first place. I've never really tried to solve this, but maybe it's worth doing that now. Why is this one big black mess? It's these three things. Now, these should definitely be UI canvases in screen space, not in world space. That much is clear. That should be the way that it is, but they're not like that. So now the question is, what do we do about this? I mean, it's not great that it's like this in any case, but they are on the UI layer. I could make the camera on the player ignore the UI, which you probably should be doing anyway. So let's do that. We press play. Now this will run. Nope. Wait, it's off. Now it'll run. Nope. What if I turn this off? Now we see stuff, but the game freaks out. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, well, cool. Well then. That's probably what needs to happen anyway. Just not sure what it is that makes this big black shade happen. It's probably the faders that we were looking at earlier. But even then, there's still... it might be one of these quads. But this is just the quads that show the contents of what the camera can see. Ultimately, for this to work, all that needs to happen... Hang on a second. What is throwing this? What is wrong with this camera? Why is this so bad? If I close this, does this change anything? Nope. Oh, the resolution's too low. That's why. The game doesn't like it when you do that. Okay. Cool. So now we can remove this. We can open up the recorder again. Let's play. Does it crash? Nope. Okay. Let's give it a whirl, see what happens. Oh, it really doesn't like that, does it? Can I change the camera's properties to make it feel different? No. I cannot. Did it save? No, it did not. After all that, we still got nothing. Okay, well, what if we just make it like... normal? Did we get anything? Still nothing. Well, after all that, I'm not sure I really care anymore. For some reason, it just doesn't want to output anything to the camera. I guess I just set it... I could set it to a render texture asset as long as the camera has the right render texture. Is it possible to output a camera that has a different size than the game view? Because in this case, I can make a render texture that's called like recording texture or something like that. and then just output OBS? Oh, that would be interesting. Maybe. So let's just do this for a second. Okay. Create. Render texture. Nope. Where did this go? There used to be a thing here that just said render texture. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. There it is. Right there. Render texture. Already by 270. Let's go. No anti-aliasing. That's all fine. Sure. Point filtering. Yep. RGB, whatever. Do what you gotta do. I trust you, render texture. Then, the render target for the camera can be that render texture. Output to render texture. Okay. Now, we can go to the recording window. We can pick up the render texture that we want. Oh, I didn't call it anything. Recording texture. Go to recording texture and then start recording. Hooray. Stop. Did we get anything? We did! This time we got success. So, one sec, pals. Sorry, pals. I just have to jump off for a second. Just because my wife is in grave danger. Okay, cool. It recorded. All right, I'll be one second. Look at that, recording. Back in a bit. Okay, we're back. So, what I want to happen is for the camera to be the correct size for what we're recording. 480 by, pardon me, 480 by 270 is 2.7. So if we halve 2.7, we get 1.35. I have a peach, and the peach is like, seed is not good. The seed is like coming apart. Which prediction was correct? You were all guessing insects, weren't you? You were all wrong. Oh, is there an actual poll? What were the theories? Bug? Booty. What is booty? A booty call. Booty call was closest. But not for the reason you might think. It was a different kind of booty call. It was a booty related call. But it wasn't a call. It wasn't that kind of call. It was a please get me some toilet paper because we're out of toilet paper call. Hey, Moneybag. Just put my first beginner drawing pad, the Wacom one. Nice, loving it so far. Only thing, the pen has 2 hotkeys though. In your opinion, what should I use for the hotkeys? I don't use them. Sometimes I use one. I use right click as the bottom button. This one. Sorry. Zoop. This. Oh my gosh, I'll put it against my face so you can see it better. This button here at the bottom towards the, oh my goodness. There's 1, 2. This one I just use as right click. This one I don't do anything with. We tried with bidets in Thailand and they just never stuck, so to speak. Okay, so 1.35 is the camera size that we want for 480 by 270 recordings. Start the recording. Quickly run around. Hey, stuff's happening. Run. And then we stop recording. And then we check the recordings. And what do we get? Do we get something good? That's correct. That's a good size. It's perfect. Cool. Express keys, I don't use them either. So how big is this recording? File wise. What do we got? We got, this should be like kilobytes. 25 kilobytes. So if we get 231 of them, that should be 5 megabytes. No? 500 kilobytes? No. 5 megs? I can't. My brain's not braining. Adam, it's 200 times 26. I gotta use my calculator. My brain's not brainy. 200. Oh no! My keyboard is still set up to do stuff with the game, with the OBS. Sorry. I pressed the numpad. 200 times 25. That's 5,000 kilobytes, which is 5 megabytes. Yeah, 5 megs. Sorry. Five megs seems like a lot, but it is uncompressed. Check the folder size. But that would require me being intelligent. 5 megs. Almost 6. Sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. That feels unreasonably large. It is, the details are, it's 480 by 270. I could compress it by half. What do we want? We wanted something like, the render texture, we wanted to be like 280 by 180, 270 by 180, was it? What was the size that we had set up here? 240 by 180. That feels like it should be fine. So 240 by 180, if we, I don't know how to, oh, I think that it knows how big it needs to be because of the render texture. I think that knows. Oh, it looks 16 by 9 to me, but, oh no, it doesn't. That looks good. So 240 divided by 2 is 1.2. That's the correct size. Sorry, 180 divided by 2 is 0.9. That's the correct size. So now let's see how small that goes. Whoops, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Okay, so we get this now. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. And that's only 13 kilobytes. That's half the size. So that's like, it's like fewer megabytes. And you know what? We don't need to record it at 30 FPS either. But maybe 30 FPS is fine. Let's copy this folder, go to assets, go to sprites, go to recordings, and call this, paste it here, and call it test ability recording. Okay. Close this. Recording camera goes there. We delete it from here. We now go to, we just create a retrobox animator. And then we create an empty sprite renderer. This is probably one of the worst ways to set this up as far as like efficiency, but it's okay. Let's see if it figures it out. That is really annoying. Can I not drag this in? Hey, chilling in space. Do you think I can have a high ground and shine among Unreal developers since it has a blueprint system? Huh? I'm not sure what you mean. I do not know about its limitations and how complex mechanics you can make with it though. Also, good luck with your game. When you say a high ground, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like because the developers won't be able to make the kinds of things you'll be able to make because they use blueprints? Okay, you ready? Look at that. Gameplay recorded in the game. I didn't make it loop though. I don't think it will be a big difference maker, personally. I think that making... How do I put this? I think that games are so complicated to make that most games have a programmer making the things that you use blueprints for are not the things that you will have an advantage in. That's what I'm trying to say. Hey, thank you for the raid, Ante. Or Antek Koani? I think it's Ante Koani. It's like a Croatian name, maybe? Or Ant? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so like, I would classify game development, if we're talking about just the engineering side or just the programming side, there's like engineer for like the systems engineer. Then there would be like game programming. Then there would be like scenario stuff and like setting up the actual like character interactions and that kind of thing. So I think that if you were a programmer, like a software engineer, you probably would be better at making like the systems related stuff for your game, but most games have systems engineers. Like they have people who use programming to do that. They don't just use blueprints for that. So you might have an advantage over somebody who is trying to learn programming, who's making a game. Like as a beginner, yes, but I don't like if you've played Unreal Engine games, they're all quite high fidelity. So it's not like there's this, you know, demand for programmers in the Unreal Engine space because Unreal Engine has made all the programmers bad because they use blueprints instead. It's not like that. It's like there are big teams who have engineers, and then there are some roles in those big teams that don't require programming knowledge but do still require scripting, and those people use blueprints. That's how I think about it. But I mean, it's always an advantage to have programming knowledge. I mean, like if you're a solo developer, like it's good that you'll be able to do that. It might not, but I don't think it will give you like an advantage over the majority of like Unreal Engine teams or anything like that. Hey, Lukey, thank you so much for the follow. So now we basically just want to have that thing that I just deleted go into the Overgrown Forge. Not this though, the ability unlock system. No worries, Adam Wilson. I appreciate the sentiment. So here, I guess I would want to paste this. Oh, I don't think I have a retro animator for this kind of thing. I don't think I have image animations. Oh. Preview. Do I? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think I can animate sprites on things that aren't. This is the worst thing about Unity, is that an image and a sprite are not considered children of, they're not the same object. So if you are trying to animate something that uses a sprite renderer and then you change your mind and you want to use it as part of the UI, you need to rehook everything up again because they're both renderers, but they don't inherit from the same objects. So I basically would need to make a new animation player just for images, just so that I can put it in the UI here. Which is very annoying. I mean, I could make it a sprite renderer. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just a bit awkward. Okay. So this would just sit like, you know, to the right. Okay. Does this work? I mean, how big is this file? 180, and this is 360. So this is half of the screen height dedicated to just that. So that's actually correct. It's exactly half the screen height. I mean, I can make this like, this is 36 pixels. It should be 32 pixels, but anyway, let's make it 16. Can I make it like 24? Probably shouldn't be able to do that, but Let's call it 16. A Steam page yet? I don't, Chaz, but soon. Hashtag soon. Oh, thanks, Damien. Thanks for watching. Good luck. So this is the same size as... Wait a second. Why is this... It doesn't... What gets to determine how big this is? Left. Unlock system is nothing. The unlock modal has a width. Oh, this has got a width and a height. Got it. Oh, I'm looking to put one up. It's not ready yet. That's all. It's not like I haven't decided. 420. This probably isn't the right place to do this. I think I'll just delete this. Hide this. I think I'll cut this, undo all the way back until it's normal again. Delete that. Paste it now. Oh no, it doesn't work. All right, we go again. Copy paste. Hide this version, and now we can do whatever we want with this. So what is this? It's just an image, right? With a stroke around it. It's just a black and blue thing. It should be easy to do. Ha 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 ha. Problematic. So this thing with the stroke, probably I might have to just create a sprite with a 9 slice to do that, I think, which is no big deal, but I don't know if there's a better way to create this. Let's just do it for now. What color are we looking at here? 2232E. That's probably a color that I've already got in the system. So let's just assume that I know what I'm doing here. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Maybe we just do this. Not sagebrush, AEST brush. You goof. Okay. Now, UI mastery menu is what this is called. I don't think I've got anything like this in the game. Oh, mastery menu. There it is. Oh, and there's a mock-up. Okay. Mastery, modal, frame. UI. Hey, Prinny. Did I do the small games to fund your big game during development thing? I recommend that. I didn't do it. I really, really, really recommend it, but I did not do it. I made the big game unfunded, and then I made a small game, didn't make any money off of it, and then I'm continuing making the big game. The small game wasn't a waste. It was more of an experience thing. But I've mostly been funding my development with content creation. But I do recommend making small games. That's the way I see it. You can capitalize on the small games as you're building the big game, and you can use what you built with the small games to make the big game. So it's kind of like you get to chunk out your return on your investment. So this is single. Let's go full rect. Let's go apply. Let's go sprite editor. Let's go ding 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 ding. Nice 9 slice. Apply that boy. Let's go background frame. We can save that. We can go modal UI. Oh, that looks like nothing. Are those the colors? Do you know, I could actually export this as the actual thing. I could make this rather than doing it in ASprite. I could literally just take this, go like this. That's what it is. So what did I do? Did I do like 2 pixels? I did 2 pixels fat, and this color is there, which is probably the second tone of blue. Maybe. It might just be a completely separate color as well. Cloning existing games. I don't think you should clone anything unless you're doing it for like a game jam, or if you're doing it in a way that's... I think cloning is like a real hazard, actually. I would caution you. Caution. Don't clone a big game. Don't do that. That's plagiarism, and you won't be able to do anything with what you cloned. So clone a small game. Like clone something very simple, like tic-tac-toe, Pong, Breakout. Clone that, that's fine. Tetris, go for it. Don't clone Advance Wars or Final Fantasy Tactics, or like don't clone a full thing, because what you'll be doing is you'll have all this experience, but all of the experience will be done without any design decision. So you're basically deferring all of the creative decisions to somebody else. And at the end, when you've got this thing that's finished, that's just somebody else's game, now it's like, have I made a fan game? Or did I just... What is the value of this? Unfortunately, you can't sell that because it's copied, basically, you know? Whereas like, if you think about... If it's just systems, like I'm going to think about making a game that feels like Mario Brothers, that's fine. That makes perfect sense. So clone systems if you want for practice, or clone very small games. Don't just clone whole games. That's a recipe for disaster, I think. What is this color? What is that color? What the hell? It's that 22325E. It is. Huh. There is a difference. But it's actually kind of darker. Okay. Which is the hardest, optimization or balancing? For my game, when you talk about optimization, are we talking about just code? Like code optimization? That's not really an issue for my game. Balancing is also not much of an issue. The hardest part is designing the actual the hardest part of this game is trying to make everything fit together. That's the hardest part. Making everything fit together is really, really hard. It's the taking all of the things that make the game functional and weaving them into an experience that's cohesive and that is fun to play and that doesn't take up too much time and can withstand the scope of the game itself. Like for me, like what I'm doing right now, this is hard. It's like you walk into an area, a cutscene plays, the title, the ability unlock screen comes up, you get the thing, and then I have to teach you how to use the ability to get out of it. It's like all of how do I explain what this is? It's like the flow of the systems getting out of the way so that all that remains is story and gameplay. Having the systems get out of the way is the hardest part. Because the systems are what makes the game. Everything is the systems. And the systems need to be deep and complex and powerful for me to make the game fun. But they need to somehow be almost invisible to the player for the player to be immersed in the game. It's kind of like, it's like UX. It's kind of like UX, but it's more than UX. Like UX is, you know, it's like player experience more than user experience. User experience just relates to interfaces and the interaction layer. This is beyond that. It's kind of like, and also the fun, you know, how do I make it feel not just like it's not in the way, but that it's pushing you forward into something that you're actually enjoying. It's really, really hard to do that stuff. Like making a game that's good. That's really all this is really describing. Like making a game that's actually really good. Not just like technically functional. You know what I mean? Like you can make something that works. That's fine. You know, it's actually almost impossible to explain, like how much harder it is to make something that is like. Let me describe something to you. Let me describe it. Okay, here's like a video game, right? If your player character is a box, and when the player presses a button, a hitbox appears in front of the player, and if an enemy stands inside of the hitbox, the enemy gets deleted. You've made a game, you've made a combat system, right? Player can press the button creates a hitbox stays on screen for 0.2 of a second. If the hitbox contains an enemy disappears off the screen. Game object is disabled. Combat system, yay. Okay, now, if you want this to be animated such that there's a sword, now you need to think about startup frames. Well, frames, right? Or just animation in general. So now you've got frames. You've got the visual presentation of the frames. So like, does it look smooth? Does it feel weighty? You've got the startup, right? You've got the impact frame. You've got the cooldown frames. So does the timing work? Is the telegraphing clear? You've got to basically author the hitbox position at the right frame over the hitbox. If you want combos, now you want to think about queuing up multiple animation sequences, right? Maybe you've got like 3 hits in your combo. Okay, now you've got 3 different animations. Do you have the ability to interrupt your animations so that you can leave the animations early? Okay, now you need a way to terminate the animations early. So now you've got like a bunch of conditions and a bunch of assets and a bunch of logic you need to create just to go from a box that turns on and off to a sword swinging. Now, if you want to make like enemies that also have their own animations and have it be like more of a like a sword fight, now you've got to worry about hitboxes and hurtboxes. You've got to worry about like what I call hitbox banning. So how do you make it so that one hitbox can't hit the same enemy twice? Hit animations, hurt animations, health points, right? Now you've got health bars because you've got to worry about like, well, if the enemies aren't just getting deleted, maybe they take 5 hits to kill. Okay, does your health bar just show the amount of health they have, or does it animate? As soon as you have animation in any aspect of your game, and players expect animation in almost every aspect of your game, in a lot of cases, now you need to set up a condition when it starts, an interpolation, it's like the time, the duration of the thing happening, and then a time when it ends and a condition for that. Maybe you have white health in your game, so you have health that can, you show the difference between the amount of health they used to have and the amount of health they currently have to show how much damage it did. If there's damage in the game, how do you communicate how much damage there was? You have a number showing how much damage they got taken. Does this animate? if you do 2 hits, do you show 100 or do you show 200? Because you did 2 hits. But what happens if you do 2 hits in a row? Is that 200? What happens if I hit once and then I hit them again like half a second later? Is that 2 100s? Now you have animation time for the numbers, for the damage numbers. Now you got to worry about fading them in, fading them out. That's just to do one step extra than like making the enemy disappear. You know, it's like, well, they're gonna have health bars, right? Well, the health bars are gonna be animated, right? Well, they're gonna have damage numbers, right? The damage numbers should be animated, right? The damage should stack, right? So like, now you've got something that approximates like an action game, you know, and you don't have like, this is just the logic. Obviously you've got to do the animations. You got to think about how like the animation states weave together. You know, can you jump out of a sword swing? Can you cancel the animations with a jump animation? If you can't, what's the condition for when you're allowed to jump again? Do you just check to see if you're in the jump state, or is there a specific frame in the jump state, in the attack state, that lets you cancel into a jump? Like, immediately, you know? And you can do this exercise of like, oh, it's just this, right? It's just a hitbox. It just appears on the enemy. The enemy just dies if they get into it. You can take that and the exponential complexity of literally any system in a game that's like high quality, like a game that you would buy. If you take any system from a game that you would buy, that's not like the most, you know, not like a straight up art piece indie game, but like an actual, like a game that you would buy a boxed copy of. Those games, the complexity of the systems become exponentially complicated as soon as you try to do the thing beyond the most basic thing. Dialogue systems, oh my god. Cutscene systems, like having sequences and NPCs walking around during the dialogue. I can't explain to you how many problems there are in that process that take weeks to solve. Just in understanding and designing the architecture for how those things should work. There's so many little edge cases and problems and challenges and things that you need to overcome just to get it to do the thing in a classy, smooth way that doesn't just do the most basic thing. Like it's not just the engineering challenge of like making it work. It's the like, how do I make it work in a way that the challenge with this is these things are mostly functional, right? Like doing this stuff, it's all of the design choices are a given. Like, of course they should do X, Y, Z. And I just need to figure out how to make that work. That's hard. But then there's the, what about in my game? What makes sense for my game's health bars or my game's ability system or my game's dialogue system? It's like, well, now I have to make very clear decisions based on all kinds of variables about how the game should feel and like what makes my game unique, how do its mechanics differ, how do I make those differences feel bigger and feel more noticeable. And invariably, if your game is different because it's unique, right? If your game is interesting, it's interesting because it's different. And the things that make it different are things that are that way because they haven't been done before, right? The fact that they're new makes them different. It's one and the same, right? If they're different, then they're new. So if they're different and new, now you are the one who has to decide how that should be. How you can't look to some other game and say, well, they did it this way and they did it this way. It's like, well, no, they did it that way, but I'm not doing it that way because I'm trying to explore this thing. So how am I supposed to do this, solving this new problem that, you know, I don't have a reference for? And the unfortunate reality of that is it takes a long time to build new things because you don't know how they should be built. And it takes a long time to prototype these things because you have to build them to prototype them. So the creative process of making something that's good and new is almost invariably filled with multiple iterations of you building it wrong and then having to fix it, or half building it until you find a point where you realize you should have built it a different way, and then building it that way until you realize it should be building a slightly different way, until you build it that way, and then you realize it needed to be built slightly differently again, and then doing some other part of the game that reinforms that, where, oh, now that needs to actually probably be more like this, and negotiating all of the different values of all the different things so that they cohere together. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. Like, making something good and complicated and new is like, in a way that feels fresh and subtle and like easy for the player. It's so hard. It's so different because you're not just building like e-commerce, you know, you're not just building a bank system, you know, or sign up form. Like that is functional. That's been done and you do it the same way because it's standardized. Like software, consumer software is standardized. You want to transfer lessons from other applications that do the same thing you're doing so that users can just go, oh, I know how this works. Copy, paste, Control C, Control V. Mouse click, that moves, you know, that lets me select things. Like you want things to be exactly as they are everywhere else because standards allow things to be smoother, to get out of the way more easily. But that's the opposite of novelty, right? Like in games, you're trying to surprise and delight and explore new territory. You're trying to do things that are creatively interesting. And so, like I said, you have to build things differently because you have to design them to be different. Because if I made my game exactly like Dark Souls, well, I've just made a Dark Souls clone. I haven't made something original and people will judge it for that. You know? And to the extent that your game is exactly like some other game, it might be to its detriment. So copying functionality, you know, it's not like you have to do everything perfectly original every time. It's not like that. It's more like, how do I put this? Opportunities. It's just all these little opportunities. You know, you have opportunities to do things in specific ways. And you want for your game to maximize its chances of being considered original and different and worth people's time. You know, it's worth it to try to make your thing stand out. Because you put so much time into making it. That's the real thing. You put so much time into making your thing. If you make it just like everything else, people go, oh, why do I want to play this? So like, even like a dialogue system, like I was looking at, I mean, even okay, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm using this example because it's a new game that's coming out. Rebirth is coming out. This is how the dialogue system worked in Remake. Okay, this was the dialogue decision system. So like, you know, you get options, you click the option that makes sense to you. It's pretty straightforward, right? It's a list. List of choices, right? It's probably built the same way a lot of games build their dialogue trees. But maybe there's something about this that is, I don't know, maybe it didn't serve their needs, because in the Rebirth one, the sequel, it's a different system. In Rebirth, it's like you get these, it's like a wheel. It kind of reminds me more like Mass Effect. Like this. I guess because they wanted to be able to stack up to 6. So the previous version maybe only fit 3 at a time. Now you get up to 6 choices. Things like this, and maybe the direction of the choices is aligned with more positivity or negativity, right? Maybe it's more like the flow of the conversation or the interaction of picking a dialogue choice is now informed more by the spatial relationship of the choices. That's something that you kind of, who gets to decide, or who should decide how this should be, right? Because games are art. So if you want to create some experience that's not just functional, that actually makes the player think a certain way or feel a certain way or get some specific, something specific out of what you're showing them, you have the opportunity to make the choice to design it differently in a way that better fits the experience you're trying to create. It's like we were talking yesterday with Dithron about ladders. They were like, why not just have ladders in the game? And I was like, you could have ladders in the game, but you're neglecting the opportunity to design something specific for your game, right? It's that. And unfortunately, for game developers, every part of the game is an opportunity to design something bespoke that fits in the game, that makes the game more unique and more stylized or original or have more personality to connect better with players. Everything has that opportunity in it. There is literally no part of the game that's off limits for you to design something special that reaches players a specific way. Yeah, it's great. I love it. But it's also very stressful. It's really hard. southern gentleman. Like a southern... Like South London? Or southern like... South American? Or South Australian? Or Southern USA. Okay. The thing is, Swizz is from the UK. I'm just teasing. Okay, so you're looking at a Yankee Doodle cowboy. You want Cole Cassidy. Basically what you're looking for. But I think maybe we can go for something a little more Georgian. Yeah, Yankee Doodle is from the north. Yes, us Yankees from the south. Well, sure. Instead, I'll just stick with Cole Cassidy. Name used to be McCree. These days, I go by another name. They say Overwatch 2 is dead. Not by my reckoning. I do declare. I do declare this fried chicken is perfect. The secret original recipe for all your frying needs. All the best flavors. I can't believe that Missy Lou would turn down my invitation for tea on Tuesday. I'm just making stuff up. I don't know what that's not from anything. I would love to do voice acting for something. Matt Mercer has entered the chat. What does he do? He's Vincent in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming out this month. I don't really know how he talks. I'm assuming it's something like this. That sounds like Red. That sounds like Red 13. I know Sephiroth. I don't know. Maybe. What would you rather? 11 hot dogs or supersized pizza? The answer, of course, is a supersized hot dog pizza. Give me a big old pie full of hot dogs. Stuffed crust. Sound like Walter White for a minute. They have hot dog pizzas in Thailand. I'm assuming they have them in America. Hot dog crust pizza. Mm-hmm. He does stream Critical Role, Matt Mercer. I'd very much like to meet Matt. I think he and I'd get along just fine. I do declare it's time to make more video games. Let us continue. Shall we? I think so. I said. Full foghorn leghorn. Now, listen here. Okay. Image mask. Now, let's make this a little smaller. This image is simple slice field, use sprite mesh, maskable. Now I say, how are we gonna make this maskable? You know, it almost sounds like what's his name? Daniel Craig in like The Glass Onion. Mrs. Werther. I'm here to solve this case. How do we mask them? How do we do an image mask? Is it a different component? Create empty parent. Mask. Rect mask, sprite mask. Maybe it's a rect mask 2D. Ah, there we go. I do declare we have found a way to mask our sprite. Perfect. Now let us copy and paste this here. Image. Let's fill this one. 0, 0, 0. Let us delete and replace. Now. I think we may have made a mistake here. Okay, I'm done with that accent. It's very fun though. It's very, very, very fun. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, very good. Oh, but no. It needs to be original size. So then when I shrink... Oh, that's working. Yeah, that's good. Ilprinny, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Can Armin have that accent? I don't think so. Thank you for the gifted subs. Pardon me. Pardon me. Cool. So what am I doing here? Did I actually even do this modal the way I designed it? I think so. That's not bad. Maybe I should make it a little bit more further to the left. So that the vertical... Hey Swizz, thank you for gifting that sub. To flag 0. Okay. Cool. How big is the image though? That's my question. The image is 240 by 180. This should be 184. This should be 424. And then everything else now will fit into place. As long as I make the preview 240 by 180. That looks right. I'm assuming it's right. Cool. Now, did I do any kind of... I guess I could give this a background as well. Why was this transparent at all? You see that? Eh? Why can you see that through that? That is so strange. Maybe the whole thing is semi-transparent. Maybe there's an alpha value that's... Ah, yeah, there it is. Cool. Let's just say it was like, whatever. You have some value that's dark and it's going to be the background of the level, so it doesn't need to even be here, but it's nice just to know that there's something there. Tips for a roll animation? Or none that I can give in a short amount of time. CritXX, I have a question if you don't mind. If you're starting as a game dev day one, if you're starting a game day one, how do you decide what order to work on things? What do you prioritize? Okay, building a game is like a pyramid. Okay? You have a bunch of things that make up your game. It's like a fractal almost. Right? So think about it like there are lots and lots and lots and lots of different decisions that you can make about things. And some of those things depend on other things. Okay? So there's like, what is my game at the top here? What am I trying to make? Why am I making the game? If you can answer that question, then you can start to decide on what things are important to you. And then you can decide on what things they depend on and what things they depend on. Until, well, what things depend on them and what things depend on them. Until you start thinking about the really nitty gritty stuff. So let's just say you're making a game. And you're like, I want to make a platformer. And it's like, why do you want to make a platformer? Because platforming games inspire me as a kid. And I really wanted to pay back something to the genre. And I'm curious about how those games get made. Maybe I can innovate. Okay, so you want to make an innovative platformer that pays respect to the genre. So it's faithful while also putting a new spin on it. Okay, so the things that you should prioritize then are building a prototype that lets you find that innovation. Because that's why you're making the game. So don't worry about environment art yet. Don't worry about the character design yet. Just worry about the most fundamental thing, like a gray box prototype with just the things that let you nail down the foundations of why you're making the game. Then, once you either achieved those, or you can't design any further because you're stuck, because there's something else that you need to do, work on that. If you've achieved them, now you can work on the thing that depends on them. So, or that is like derived by that. So if you've got an enemy, if you've got a player controller that you've designed your beautiful prototype, as in beautifully functional prototype, it doesn't look like anything yet, just a bunch of gray boxes, but it works really well, it feels pretty good. Now you're designing a character controller. Those decisions that you've made for how to make the player controller feel, once you've got your player character that you're trying to, once you come to the design task of designing the player character, you now have a bunch of design decisions you've already made about how the player should move and the control that you should have, whether it's slippery or sticky, whether they jump high or short, which now can be used to inform the design of the character. So if the character actually in your platform game has a very high jump height, but a very slow movement speed for whatever reason, because you found some cool innovative game design idea, maybe they should be a flea. You know, maybe they shouldn't be a human. Maybe there's some aspect about the way that they jump that informs how you design them. Maybe the story comes out of that. It's a flea circus game, you know. That is typically how I would recommend you approach this process, because what you'll end up with is something where all of the foundational elements lean on each other properly, and all of the things that come underneath that lean on it properly, so that someone playing the game will just get it. They'll be like, oh, I see. This all makes sense. It's all quite cohesive. That's how I would do it. So start with the reasons why you're making the game and build stuff that relates specifically to that. The most foundational ideas, the most foundational mechanics or systems. Don't go on autopilot, you know? No worries. Do you think this approach works even for narrative-heavy games? I think this approach works for any kind of design that you're trying to do on anything forever. That's my little design philosophy. So the idea is, say you're writing a story. Why are you writing the story? That's the foundational element. What is it that you're trying to communicate to people? What's driving you to make it in the first place? I'm writing a romance. I want to write a story where I teach people about the values of, you know, I don't know. Well, I'm getting stuck here. You know, so you got some value, something you want to share with the world, and you're writing a story. Okay, maybe it's like, maybe the message is something like, it's okay to come back to an ex, right? Maybe that's something, right? You run a story about two people who are separated and who come back together at the end. And you want people to really feel the hope in, and the kind of heartache and all of the human emotions around like reconnecting with somebody. And maybe you feel like that's underexplored in fiction. So you say, okay, that's the foundational idea. There are things about that I want to explore. I've outlaid them. Now I've got 3 or 4 ideas that all are going to contribute to this very impactful story. What is it that those things depend on? Like okay, I have characters. There needs to be 2 characters. They need to have broken up in the past. Okay, so maybe, do I have the scope to, maybe I need to give them context, right? For the viewer to relate to these characters, we need to understand what it is that brought them together in the first place and what drove them apart. So there's a bit of a history there. So that's a dependency now that I've created that somewhere in this story I need to address. So nice. They have a past, they have history. There needs to be a period where they're separated. So who have they become since then? And there needs to be a point where they reconnect. What is the most dramatically satisfying part of this story this framework that I've created that's going to reach back up to the top, right? If they ultimately need to come together, okay, maybe that the story's complication needs to be written in such a way that it resolves nicely to that. It's like when you write music and you have notes that go out and then they resolve back into like a major key or something. So it's like you want to create darkness and tension so that you can resolve it at the end. So what is the event that happens that brings these two back into their lives but stops them from immediately getting back together and reconnecting? Maybe they're adversaries. Maybe he owns a construction company. Maybe she's a nature activist, you know? What are we gonna do? Maybe we have to put them in a situation where the people who they are and the people who they were get, you know, come into contact and friction with each other. Maybe there's like a high school reunion. You know, this is like a Hallmark movie. It's boring, obviously, but it's going to be dramatically cohesive at the very least because it's built foundationally from ideas that support its core, you know, value or the core reason for its existence. You've Got Mail. Is that the one where Tom Hanks owns the big book company, the Amazon, and the girl, what's her name? Kirstie Alley. What's her name? The woman. She's the one who owns the small bookshop. Yeah. There you go. It's like, you know, Meg Ryan. That's right. Meg Ryan. Yeah. It's easy, right? You just and it's obvious now. If you were just to design two characters, I'm going to design Indiana Jones and I'm going to design Wonder Woman, right? Now, how do I make a romance out of those two? It's like, well, you started from a point that's too far down the tree at that point. Do you know what I mean? Like the Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks in You've Got Mail are designed in a way that forces the conflict. Whereas like Indiana Jones and Wonder Woman have no beef with each other, right? There's no reason why they would get upset with each other. I'm now realizing that this is actually a really interesting way to approach stories, but it may be novel. You'll definitely get something interesting, but it might not be satisfying, right? The what if of Indiana Jones and Wonder Woman sounds like a cool mashup, but does it make for something as emotionally potent as You've Got Mail? Probably not. Another way from a game design perspective would be the equivalent of that would be doing something like this. It would be going, I'm going to take two things that are so far apart and I'm going to push them together. Call of Duty and Tetris, right? No one's ever made a story about that. No one's ever made a game about that. So you make that game and then you realize, oh no, it doesn't work for this reason and this reason and this reason and this reason. Those reasons, the things that blockade you from making something satisfying, that comes from the fact that structurally they're not integrated. They don't come from the core idea. So I think with design, having a foundation that's clear and designing out of the foundation is more structurally sound. And you can always embed creativity after the fact. It's like building a house. You can always do your interior design after the house is built, right? You can make the house look funky and fun on the inside. You don't have to worry about where the concrete needs to go, right? Unless foundationally the point of your house is to be an art statement. Then you've got different criteria that you need to take into account, right? If the thing of your house is my house is going to be a big statement piece and I'm going to use lots of circles because no houses use circles. Okay, that's going to inform all of those other cascading decisions that come down. But making something structurally sound and making something aesthetic or novel or interesting, this doesn't depend on this, but everything else depends on this. Structurally sound is the root of everything, you know? And that's not to say that there aren't successful designers and creators who start with interesting details and worry about structure later. I just think that those creators have a really, really, really hard time when the thing they're making becomes complicated enough. like George R.R. Martin trying to finish the Game of Thrones series. That's an example of someone who's really, really, really good at details, who had an idea about the structure, but who now, because all of their details are so important and they do the details first, the structure has to come second, and resolving the structure is this like incredible puzzle of like, how do I make this character and this character's interests align in a way that doesn't break the fact that I made these two characters enemies with that character? And the painting yourself into a corner with details and then trying to build a structure out of it is very painful. And it's the reason why the TV show flopped in the end, because it's easy to start something and to think about just the player experience or the viewer experience at the very beginning, just with some fun details. It's the resolving the thing at the end where the structure comes in clutch. If you don't have any structure, finishing the thing becomes really hard. Because the story that we wrote just now about the two people reconnecting, we started from the end. We already know how that's going to end. We know they're going to get together. We know that the construction company is going to build somewhere else, or they're going to make a new kind of architecture that works with the forest. You know, we're gonna resolve it because we started with the resolution, and then we're going to work backwards. You can have your beginning, middle, and end be satisfying, and then fill it in with the nuggets. Like Insignia. Insignia, I have no problem resolving Insignia because I know exactly how that story ends, and I knew how it ended before I started working on the game. It was like, I'm not trying to innovate really in storytelling, so it's like, make an adventure story, make a hero's journey. It's like, okay, take my 10 favorite hero's journey stories. What do they have in common? Make a story that does a spin on that. Not particularly innovative, but works for the world that I'm creating. Easy. You know? Like, the ending of Harry Potter is obvious. When you start Harry Potter, oh my gosh, there's, you know, this evil Lord Voldemort who almost wiped out took over the world, and there was this little boy who stopped him, but oh no, he's coming back. What's going to happen at the end of this story? It's like, they're going to fight. Harry's going to win. You know, like, right at the end, we know that's going to happen. It has to happen. We're begging for it to happen. You know? No, my game's not going to sound like the playlist at all, Trance. Don't give it away. Harry kills Voldemort. the spoiler of the century. The spoiler of last century. All right. Now, I have a bit of an issue here where I don't think we can fit we can kind of fit it. I'm just thinking about taking like this thing and putting it here with Armin holding it up into the air. That's a lot of the screen real estate. I think we don't need Armin in the scene. I think we could just do an overlay. What I had planned for my music score Originally, it was orchestra in a tin can. That was the idea. Something like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, lo-fi samples, but with very kind of, you know, full orchestral scoring. Since then, I've kind of broadened out a little bit, and I'm more open to just like more of like a chamber. So like a score where for the majority of the game, we're listening to kind of like a suite of like Baroque instruments that play against the action. And then we broaden out to full orchestra in big dramatic moments. More hi-fi sampling and recording, that kind of stuff. It's more accessible, I think. People will want to listen to it more. As far as like the structure, because it's an adventure game, it should sound and feel like, to some extent, a Disney film. Not in a cheesy way, not like Disney, the television, like the television channel. More like Disney films. If that makes any sense. But the good ones. Will I detect the controller in use and swap out button images? So this, I shouldn't have to, but yeah, for different platforms, I'll have different controller buttons. It won't be detecting the platform. It'll be exported to the platform, I think. I'm not sure how that works. I'll have to figure that out in porting. Which platforms? Steam, on Mac and PC, Switch, and then whichever of the bigger platforms are interested, if that ever comes around. All right. Do I write a quick animator for this? Wait, journal page animator? Did I make this already? What is this? No. I don't know if that's going to work, but I'll give Copilot a go. I'll let it try. That looks about right. Will I make it copyright free? That would depend on the composer, whether they were happy signing the rights to the music over. If I wrote it from scratch, yeah, I would. Copilot's pretty good for my kind of game dev. It's such a good marketing move. I agree. Yeah, I like it. If I could do it, I will. Oop. So this is a preview test. Screen recording at 30 FPS. And the sprite renderer is... not sprite renderer. I'm a doofus. The whole point was this for it to be an image using Unity Engine.ui. Image. Oops. That was literally the entire point of this existing. But it should not be time.time. It should be unscaled time. Because if I pause the game, time.time is going to stop. And I don't want to do that. So instead, it's unscaled time. Okay. Tommy Roto, thanks for the follow. And Terrence loves your mum. Thanks for the follow. Okay. This is going to break almost immediately, I think, because this ability unlock modal is, well, it should be, it might work. Okay, hang on. Do I have an ability unlock modal field? Nope. So what does this say that it's the modal using a static instance? On start. Okay. So actually I can just literally do it exactly how I've done it and it should work. Fun. Let's give it a go. Bam, bam. Okay, what happened? Object reference not set to instance of object. Vector Mega, thanks for the follow. I don't know what could be going wrong here. If I just... What if I just run it anyway? Can we make it visible? Well, that's very sad. Engine armament set item ability. So ability is null in this case. So the ability scriptable is null. Ability none. Okay. Well, neither of them are. So oh. Wait a second. This has got the ability. Is it another race condition? That would be funny. Where is this getting called from? Seems like it's done through the cutscene. Uh-huh. I see. All that does is animate from nothing to something. This is causing a bit of a problem. Ability.world sprite. Is this being called? We will find out. It never set it up. What the heck? It doesn't even try. Hang on. Okay. So we do get the unlock. We set up the sequence with the ability. Why is that not working? Also, why do we never hear anything? From this? Oh, a different modal. Where did you get called from? It must be running from a different timeline. Okay. Let's see what's happened. This timeline uses this modal as the basis for this, but it needs to be this modal. That's all it is. I didn't realize I'd hard-coded it there. Except... Interesting. Maybe these are actually still bound to the original? Yeah, they are. It's lame. What's the point of even having them be referenced here if I'm not specifically referencing the one that they belong to? Howdy, saves the queen. There it is. So it even plays too. I think I should probably put a shader on this. Hey, Fatal Vampire, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Game dev's going pretty well now, actually. Yeah, we're making... There's a lot of messy stuff happening on screen right now, but we're doing really well at the moment. So, I have two options. Either I take the preview and I dim it, or shade it so that it looks different, or I have this entire, all of this over the screen so that you can only see one almond at a time, because I think it's confusing. There are two characters on screen. Oh, that's doing a bit of a loop. I don't know how that happened. Very interesting. That's crazy, because you know what? This was Copilot's code, and it worked until it didn't. Over the screen. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Oh, I've got a thing that scrolls that should cut out everything visual. I don't remember how I did it. Where is that thing? Hang on 1 second. Where is that funky UI coming from? This guy. What are you? Ability unlock system. Cutscene camera background. I think it's this. Yes. This is on character -2. So I can make this UI. Yeah, and then I just move it down. Sometimes simpler is better, you know. It's not that crazy to grasp. Why is it so high? I think because the cutscene camera is off center. If I move the cutscene camera up, it works. So the value that we want is like -40. And why are these so different? Why is this so high compared to that? I think it seems really weird. Oh. Came and went. Scene graph took a little while to make. Hey, Jelly Goat. It was like a month, maybe less, 2 weeks. Jelly Goat, thank you so much for the super chat. Would you consider cooking up a character creation tutorial on ASprite? Just really simple for us new devs. I love the old ones. What would you want to see differently in this tutorial? Some conversion of units between pixels and metric units in float. Is it a casting error? I don't know. Let's have a look at the announcement text. Oh, it's all the way up there at 55. I don't think I'm animating the announcement text, but maybe I am. Actually, the announcement text, maybe I'll just put it inside of the modal, and that way it'll just be stuck where it is. I hope. Better. How is it that this has a height of nothing? I guess that needs to sit out here then. Oh, because that's 0, 0. This is in the middle of nowhere, so I need to move it technically down. But then the modal itself needs to be down. Let's say -20. And then the text can go higher. Like 40. And then we can shift this down to like 30. 25. Something like that. So Jellygoat, did you have a specific thing that you're looking for? So that's so strange. Maybe we just don't do an offset. But then how does it end up so high? That's so strange. The system has a position. I think this might be because I was trying to make it live in the scene. But I should just make it sit in screen space. I think that just fixes it. Now that it's an overlay. Hey Jellygoat, thank you again for the super chat. Thank you so much. I'm mostly interested in showcasing of attack animations. Oh, I've got attack animation videos. Have you searched my channel for those? But I'm interested in, you mentioned character creation and then you said attack animations. So those feel like, to me, I feel like designing a character and then doing animations feel like two separate things. Could you be more specific? When the character is complex, the animations are really hard. That's right. So I've got, I think, a video called something about crunchy attack animations. That video that's pretty good. This one? Copy link address. This video is pretty good. And then attack effects isn't bad. That's pretty good too if you want like swords. Cool. So the ability unlock system gets invoked at a position. And it gets invoked in world space. But this... Well, it doesn't really matter where it is. What matters is where the camera is that can see it. I mean, it can be in space wherever it is. It doesn't really matter. But I've got a bunch of code here that's doing all crazy stuff to make it look like it fits in the level. Not that much crazy stuff, but some stuff. So this I could just get rid of. We'll see what happens. And then camera's position can be exactly dead center. And in fact, if you really want to make this simple, you just parent the camera to the modal. Easy. What I also don't love, and this might just be the fact that I didn't really set it up correctly. I mean, that's dead center. I don't like, what was all that about? All the little wobbling. Oh, thanks, Jelly Goat. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you, thank you. Man, it's only 5. I can't believe how long it feels like I've been streaming. So I think that the system should have the image somewhere. Maybe like here, or in the corner. Or off to the side, or underneath. I think underneath is cool. Maybe on top, more of like a heading. I thought the wobble was on purpose. No. Yeah, the only thing is that these might need longer names, and I want as much space for them as possible. It makes sense next to it for sure. It just needs to be like before it, but then it's a bit off center here. It doesn't really serve any purpose. So then like here is fine. But I think here maybe feels a bit more like a heading. I don't know. I think it's fine there. I like it. Right now it's not correctly showing which one, and this doesn't have anything to do with the ability, but it's a good start. Okay. Any interest in checking out my browser-based path tracer? If you have points for me to review it, I'd love to take a look at it. But I'm a bit focused at the moment. The next thing is that the preview needs to be, so all ability scriptable need to have their own thing. So like wall climb, it needs to have ability scriptable, skippable. This scriptable object needs a space for a public retro sheet preview. It's like, what do you call this? Like preview sheet? Screen capture? What do you even call this? Video example? Animated example. That'll do. Wow. Very nice. That's super impressive. I don't know what it takes to make something like this, but it's really cool. Are you working on a new skill move or revisiting? I'm working on the UI. So, does this work? That's the wrong image, but close enough. Let's go back to this, and then we'll go... We don't need the sheet, we need a retro animator. Animated example player. It's not a retro animator. It's a UI animator. What did I call this thing? UI image animator. Ah, I'm in the wrong script. Good. Wrote it in Rust connected to a React front end. My graphics code knowledge is effectively zero outside of shaders. I didn't set up the animator. Nice, it works. So now I guess it's the small example, not UI sprite. I guess it's world sprite. I'm not sure I would be great at it. I think it requires a lot of maths, right? But maybe I'm wrong. Cool. So now let's go to this. And let's do scale. Which we should be able to go grab the large one. And literally just scale it down. Didn't quite get there, but it's really close. Was enough. Hey, Infamous, it's coming along. I'm an animator 3D artist and I got into it from the creative side, connected a lot of dots for me and made me a better artist. Wow, that's really interesting. I wonder what I'd learn. Cool. And then, watch this. I need to do some funky stuff to make this work, I think. I could probably fake it to take one of the calligraphy. Like, let's just say it's this. It's going okay, going okay. All right, let's take this. Okay, first things first. We are going to tile it, offset it. Yep. The color is going to be alpha multiplied by that. That looks like nothing. It's nothing. How is it nothing? How is it actually nothing? Maybe it's because of the tiling and offset. See your macrophage. Macrophage? Okay, that works. So what's going on here? Time, multiply, speed, tiling, offset. Shouldn't cause any problems. I'm very confused how this was working before. Oh, is it it's the repeat variable. Ah. There's a shader thing that you can do. I think it's up here. Where you say what happens. Wrap mode. Repeat. That's the problem. Whoa, good thing I remembered that. Jeez Louise. So, yeah, this is a background that's just looping. In the previous time I had this working, what I was doing was I had like the image, but I did this to make it work. Like I basically did this or some variation of that so that it would mirror more easily. Not mirror. How do I explain this? Do you know what I mean? Probably not. Basically, if you take this and you copy it and paste it here, and you take this and you copy it and paste it there, take this, you copy paste it up here, you take this and you copy paste it up there, it will now scroll continuously. I need to figure out how to do that. Hey, Mr. Benoid, welcome. Yeah, Iconoclasts is really good, and Owlboy is really good. They're good. They're games that inspired me. Yeah, so the thing that I just did is what I want to do again, but I want to do it procedurally now. So I guess you would just take the UV and you slice it up. And then you just add it down. Okay, so I think if I don't think tiling it like 2 and 2 does what I want. We played Owlboy a while ago. Iconoclasts is pretty good. Pretty similar to what I'm making. So let's just like take this little thing and then go add. Now, everything that I just did, is there a place that I can put this? I don't think there is. There's no like, I can't just take it and copy it and paste it. I guess I could offset it by half a UV in 4 directions. That's probably the easiest way, right? So like 5, 5. -5, -5. -5, -5. And -0.5, 0.5. So it's like that. Dit, 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 dit. Yep. Let's keep going. I don't think I've quite got this right. I think 0.5 is not enough, but we'll work with it. I'm surprised that doesn't do anything. Let's take one of these and shift it. Yeah, it's quite a lot that it needs to be shifted by. Oh, that just does it right there. 1, 0. 0.05? Right there, looks about perfect to me. And what's that? -0.19? And then I literally don't need this or this or this or this. Just delete them. So it was that. It's if you shift it over half and then almost 1. I think that's basically it. So actually, if I make this 0, 0, and then I make this oh, that's literally it. It's just 0.5, 0.5. Okay, well, I didn't need 4 of them. I thought I might need only 2. I thought that, you know, the components that we copied were only one extra image. We just split it up into 4 pieces. Okay, well, that's great. Excuse me, did we not just listen to this? Okay. So, this is the background, scrolling background. So when we go to unlock modal, do I have a background? I don't think so. Ability, canvas group, unlock sequence, sequence player, character offset container. No, this would be called background texture. And I'm imagining that's a sprite renderer. Yeah. Back looping background renderer. Yeah, and in this case, the UI sprite is, oh, neither of them. UI sprite is that. I have this TikTok in my head of Nardwar asking Grimes who Duffy is. Do you guys know what that is? It's a very specific TikTok. Who is Duffy? Ah! Duffy is my muse, and also the leader of the cult that I'm in. Look, now the background is full of that sprite. Cool. Sorry. Is the GIF getting shorter and shorter? It actually is getting shorter and shorter. Check this out. The Copilot wrote this script. I've just left it in for now because I haven't bothered looking at it. But Copilot wrote this, and it wrote it in a way that's bad. I don't know what it did, but it didn't do it right. So we're just going to rewrite it from scratch, I think. Okay. Image sprite. Image dot sprite. Frame equals modulo sprite. Let's dot count. Time times FPS is less than sheet.count or looping Do that. That's it. I mean, that should be as easy as it is. He made it so complicated. Copilot made it so complicated. It took me, it was like 2 lines of code. Hey, I'm better than Copilot, you guys. Is such a time saver for 95% of the time when I'm writing boilerplate, and the remaining 5% when it's wrong. It just takes long enough to discover that it cancels out the wins from all the savings. No, I mean, that was great. It wrote most of that script. It just had no idea what it was doing here. The game's not on Steam yet, Edgar, but it will be in a little while. I don't have a Steam page yet. Go Adam. You could try. Okay. Adds new ability unlocked screen with preview images. Preview animation. Updates. Shader. Being background shader to take calligraphy icons. Adds recording camera. Cool. So now we can actually record a proper animation for that, and we have a decent workflow for it. They are a PNG sequence. I'm going to make a new one, so you're about to watch it. But I would like... It's fine. I'll just do it for the test. General. Recorder. Recorder window. Yep, that's what I want. Cool. Let's see if that did anything. Yep. So I'm going to grab it from here. Let's say here. To there. Call this Boom. So I have all my PNGs. Then I have my animator system, and all I need to do is take all the PNGs, drag them into an animation file, and play that file. So I have a camera that outputs a render texture. Here we create a new sheet. This is called Scale Preview Animation. I lock this. I grab the first frame. I grab the last frame. I drag them all into the sprite list. There you have it. Now we can watch that play out. Okay, and then we go scale. Done. It's in the game. Obviously this isn't, perfect. It's not a very good animation, but it means in 2 minutes I can upload a little PNG sequence to the game. It is. It's brand new. I just made it. So now I just need the key inputs. Hey Don Epic, thank you so much for the follow. So input, I think it's prompt. What this is called, UI prompt. Oh my gosh! Why is it so big? This is the abilities button plus the jump button. Maybe with a little bit of text as well. So weird. Why is it doing this? Not that it matters a great deal, but it's still really weird. Whatever. Cool. Hi, I do make a game, Esso. Welcome. So let's think about this now. We've got the modal. The modal needs spaces for the key inputs, which means we just need to write the bottom here, public UI prompt, prompt button prompt input prompt. Okay, input prompt dot set button. Cool. And input prompt is the second one. Cool. And then I can wrap these in an empty parent. Good. And then I can put that inside of the modal where it needs to be. Nice. Okay. And then we give it a whirl. Something broke. Let's see what it was. That's the right buttons. Cool. What? Save and commit. So my only concern now still is with the size of those PNG sequences. One megabyte. That's great. 1 meg. Amazing. Uncompressed GIF. 1 megabyte. It's not even GIF. It's like better than GIF. It's PNG. Now I don't know if I need Armin to behold the item anymore. Yeah, that's fine. I think I would put this continue over here, I think. Well, it is at the bottom of the text box where it kind of needs to be. Kind of want it to be hanging off the edge. as like a way of getting out. Maybe that's weird. Let's give it a go. Unity compression. What does that mean? Unity compression. Oh, that's great. Down the bottom. You can't see that, but like that. The thing is, my sprites are sprites. Do you know what I mean? Like, one pixel is one pixel. Can't divide that any smaller. The information is stored as efficiently as it probably could be. Oh, you mean MIP mapping? That's what you're talking about. MIP mapping is when you can make it smaller at different levels of detail. Yeah. All right. This is called text. What? On ability unlocked modal. Okay, that's great. And you know what? I have a feeling that this isn't really going to feel as complicated as it is. Like right now, doing this is fine. There is more to this. I need to make the flame go out and then give the ability to Armin before he does the unlock thing. But that's very minor. There is a, I wonder where that is though. That sequence. Where does that live? I don't think it actually lives anywhere. I think I need to make a generic sequence. This is where things get a bit tricky, because in the demo that I was creating before I did this demo, the chapter 2 demo, which is now just a quest in chapter 2, that sequence has a bunch of tutorial stuff in it explaining how all of this works. This is skipping a bunch of scenes, a bunch of steps that were in that. So, for example, forcing the player to do the minigame where they forge the thing in, that is missing from this. Beyond that, explaining why they have to forge it in is also missing. And the idea of what the forges are, also missing. I was going to get around this. This is the thing. I was going to get around this by having there be... Oh, thank you so much, Foha. I was going to get around this by having the sword already have the abilities, and then as you walk past, it just dumps them into you. But that was only going to be one at a time. Now, if I do 3 abilities, that's okay. I mean, we could do that. It's not the worst thing in the world. All it would be, the only difference is, if you look at the way that I've been working on this, rather than do this, where you get the 3 different abilities 3 different times, it would be something like this. You fall a long, long way, basically. And on the way down before you fall, you pass by all of the cool things that you can do with the ability. We could even have you start... Oh man, that's kind of interesting. We can even have you start higher up and then you fall off the bridge, like the bridge falls out from under you. And you end up down here. That's kind of interesting. Let's just think about that for a sec. I don't love that. That's so close but so far. The only thing I don't love about it is it makes the rest of it feel like you were supposed to be up there. If you get so close to your goal and then you go, oh, now the rest of the time is spent going, when am I going to get back up there? You know? Instead, maybe you go close to where you were supposed to go. And then you go, oh no, I can't get up there. There's such a subtle difference between those two things. Between, oh, that doesn't look right. I'll have to come back later. And here we go, we're about to do it. Oh. One just feels a little bit more like the player is in control of their destiny a little bit more. Like they decided they couldn't do it and they figured out why. Why can't they do it? Because X, Y, and Z are in the way. I can't get up here, bridge is broken. Okay, but if I have this, and I have this, and I have this, maybe I could do it. Now let's go down and figure out what to do. And I guess on the way down, we can show the different sequences. Can take you out. Make it a bit more linear. Something like that. This probably would be a much, much more straightforward and appropriate challenge set for a demo. I don't know if this even makes sense what you're looking at. But basically, it's plotting the player path in such a way that you come from over here. There are these opportunities to do cool abilities, but you don't have the abilities yet, so you don't even notice them. You walk straight past them. You get near your destination, and you go, oh no, I can't cross my destination. What am I supposed to do? Then you try to take an alternate path. You get lost in the woods a little bit. On the way down, you discover the solution to all your problems. Then, on the way back, you find out all these opportunities to use them. Lots of practice. Then, now that you've returned to your original spot, you can now engage in your abilities as having mastered them to overcome the thing. That's the idea. And sort of here and there are like smaller opportunities to do them as like secrets or whatever. Maybe we make this non-linear. We could add stuff to this where it's kind of going off like that, off like that. And there'd be a reason here you can't return back the same way. Maybe we make it more like maybe there's an ability that you don't have, which lets you cross back over but not up. This could be a ladder here. This could be a drop down. In fact, I have the ability catalog for this reason. So this could be that. You can jump down, but you can't jump up until after you've got the climb ability. But then you could just climb up, couldn't you? How do I stop you from doing that? I guess I just force you down. But then afterwards, I could spawn the enemy to let you get back up after. Yeah. Polite sign asking players not to. Please don't abuse this. Thank you. This has been video games. Okay, so then this becomes a lot simpler. This is just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that's probably a lot better. The problem I have with this is that it robs the player of learning like a bunch of stuff. It gives them 3 abilities to start. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, maybe that's okay. Maybe you do just get 3 abilities to start. Maybe the game doesn't require you to have to learn 1 ability at a time if there are going to be 12 of them. If I just give you 3. I do feel like this early in the game, it might be a little weird emotionally for this, because you don't know anything about this stuff. Ensign learned, like all of that is a little awkward. There is this lore dump that's on the other side of these abilities that the player's going to have to get into contact with at some point. I don't know. I might have to try to make this story a little bit more like I might need to make the story a little bit more cryptic so that this all works. Because there's just a lot of spoiler territory right around here. Getting magical abilities with the sword and getting the sword in the original story was about 2 hours of gameplay apart. Now it's like 5 seconds, and those 5 seconds allow you to go, huh, in a way that they didn't before. So, I don't know. Maybe instead I make it more traumatic than triumphant. Maybe it's more like, ah, my head, what is this? Why can I see these symbols now? Rather than, yay, I got the thing. You know? What is this? Playable director. Why does that... What? What? Why does this sit here like this? This isn't... It's an animation? I don't need that. I don't think. Add a dialogue track. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in this. Oh, it wrote out twice? I wrote it out twice. I need to be careful with this. I don't think I'll do it right now. There we go. Close enough. He's standing at the old man's body. That's why I had that symbol. That's why I had that cutscene take place further to the left. See you, mate. It is literally a reference to the Buster Sword. That's why it's called the Busted Sword. Just backflipping through life. Pwah. That is ridiculous. Someone's going to enjoy that. All right, I should go. Thanks, pals. This was a fun stream. We're getting closer. I've got so much work to do, though. Oh, gosh. What do I do? I don't know how to make the old man clear off. Maybe I do what I did last time, which is I separate these things. This is just, it's just too close. I just have to put it in a different scene. I had a scene called The Clearing. This one. I guess I'll just do another one of those. I just put it here. Make this go there. Make this go there. Basically just delete this. Ah, what just happened? What? Oh my gosh, I'm losing it. Okay, now we're back. So this goes this way to there, this goes to there. That's better. Which is weird because I was gonna... Maybe I can have them all be... There's so many ways to cut this. I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to work on it more. Thanks, pals, for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. If you like my content and you're on YouTube, come and join us on Twitch because we're about to find someone to raid. If you're on Twitch and you don't know that I have a YouTube channel, you should be checking me out on YouTube because I got lots of content there. Let's go raid Evan MMO. He's a cool guy who doesn't afraid of anything. Okay. Thanks, pals. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. Oh yeah, if you're on either of these platforms, Twitch or YouTube, which you are if you're watching this, you should consider becoming a patron on Patreon. The patrons and the subs support what I do, and their names come up in the credits. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.